into three buckets: protecting public health, reviving the economy, and strengthening our community. Our top priorities in each of these areas are: for health, effectively test, trace, and isolate to ensure our healthcare system is prepared for future surges, finalize a vaccination strategy, and asking everyone to follow the 3 W's: wear a mask, wash your hands, and watch your distance. For the economy, launch a pre-travel testing program, support businesses in safe reopening to get people back to work, and get people into new jobs through workforce development programs. For the community, distribute CARES Act funds, provide timely and sufficient support to the unemployed, minimize housing loss, and facilitate the safe return of students and teachers to the classroom. With me today, in person and virtually, is our new leadership team, Director Ken Hara, Dr. Libby Char, our new Director of the Department of Health, and Lieutenant Governor Josh Green. These 3 leaders will work hand in hand on our most critical public health initiatives. Lieutenant Governor Green will spearhead the implementation of our testing and vaccination programs, working closely with Director Hara, who is doing an excellent job running our incident response team, and Dr. Char, who has already begun mapping out priorities for the Department of Health. I've also asked Dr. Ginny Pressler to speak about the Laulima Alliance that she will chair to bring Hawaii's public and private sector resources together to address our challenges ahead. I am also announcing today that Hawaii will start its pre-travel testing program for COVID-19 on October 15th, enabling travelers to avoid quarantine if they take the tests within 72-hour period prior to their arrival and test negative. We have agreements in place with CVS and Kaiser Permanente, who will offer the tests, and we will announce new testing partners in the coming weeks. Lieutenant Governor Green will have more to say later about how the process will work, but I want to emphasize that this pre-travel testing will allow us to add a greater element of safety for travel into our state. Pre-travel testing is just one of many things we have to do that fall into our 3 priority areas of health, the economy, and the community. With this team in place, I look forward to making meaningful strides in each of these areas. Mahalo.
Thank you very much, Governor. Our next speaker is General Kenneth S. Hara, Director HIEMA.
Good afternoon and aloha. I'm extremely optimistic with the Governor's reset plan, and I look forward to working with the Lieutenant Governor, Dr. Char, and Dr. Pressler. As the incident commander, I believe that there will now be closer alignment in policy decisions and that we are ready for the implementation of emergency response strategies and plans. As we move forward, my immediate priorities will be to operationalize the State Safe Travels Program. To do this, we must do 4 things. Number 1, increase disease investigation and contact tracing efficiency and capacity. Number 2, increasing testing capacity. Number 3, monitoring critical hospital census. And number 4, improving transparency. I'd like to close by highlighting our recent actions. The state requested and received support of critical health care workers to augment hospitals. We're able to bring in a total of 30 intensive care and public health nurses to support Queens and Kuakini hospitals. The state also worked with the City and County of Honolulu, who did a tremendous job leading the surge testing on Oahu. The success of our multi-agency teams resulted in Hawaii as the only state in the nation to meet the goal of testing more than 5,000 people per day on several days, and administering over 60,000 tests overall. Also, we collaborated closely with the Department of Health and provided National Guard soldiers and airmen to assist with contact tracing and mobile swab teams. To date, the Hawaii National Guard has resolved about 2,300 backlogged contact tracing cases and tested over 4,500 people. Mahalo.
Thank you very much, General. Next speaker is Dr. Libby Char, our new director of the Department of Health.
Thank you. Good afternoon. This is a critical time in the health of our community, and I look forward to working with General Hara and the Lieutenant Governor. We really need to foster better collaboration between the state, the counties, and our private healthcare partners, and work together in order to build a successful network of good health. The state doesn't have the resources for all of the needs, and so our partners who know their populations well and can sometimes respond more nimbly need to work together with us. By collaborating, we can tie several levels of government together and provide better care for everyone. I will work to improve the public trust in the Department of Health, understanding that this trust must be earned. We need to work more closely with our medical and public health experts who can help to advise us. We need to share information to help inform and educate each other so that we can take appropriate actions. There are a lot of committed people who have been working hard in the Department of Health. They rank right up there with the healthcare workers and the first responders, and I thank them for their efforts during this pandemic. Dr. Emily Robertson is now leading our disease investigation branch, and she and her team have been training and partnering with additional contact tracers, partnering with the City and County of Honolulu, community health centers, and working with schools and care homes. Contact tracers from Kauai have been helping with efforts on Oahu. In collaboration with the UH and the Hawaii Data Collaborative, we've launched a new data dashboard aimed at including metrics. I believe that was launched on September 4th. And we need to share more information with the public, and this will be one of the ways that will allow us to do that. We will get our community to a healthier place by working together. We need to make sure that we're paying attention to our health beyond COVID. Many of us have delayed routine health care, and we need to make sure that we don't lose sight of overall health. These are very stressful times for all of us. Flu season is right around the corner, so we need to be prepared for that as well. This year will be especially important for us to get our flu shots. There's a lot of work to be done, and I thank you for the opportunity to serve.
Thank you very much, Dr. Char. We'll join Lieutenant Governor Josh Green now on Zoom. Lieutenant Governor.
Aloha. Thank you, everyone, for having me today. I wish I could be there with you in person, but we're all making some adjustments during these challenging times. I'd be willing to guess this is probably the first time in our state's history the Lieutenant Governor has had to participate in a press conference from his 9-year-old's bedroom, but that's just the way it goes sometimes. I can tell you it's been 5 days since I tested positive for COVID, and that's why I'm here at home, because we need to isolate when this happens. I do, however, want to say thank you so much for your well wishes. I'm feeling okay, continuing my work from here for the Gov and the state. And this virus affects people in different ways, so I've been lucky to have relatively minor symptoms. Regarding today, I'm looking forward very keenly to working with Major General Hara, Dr. Libby Char, our new Director of Health, Dr. Ginny Pressler. I enjoy working with these people because they're strong people, they're thoughtful, and I also plan to be the bridge between public health policy and operationalizing and implementing our strategic response. So I'm honored to have this role. Our team has worked, as you know, for the last several months on a pre-travel testing program, and we've sought the input of many people across the state, many entities, including healthcare, transportation, government, business, and people all across the community. The pre-travel testing program is going to be, as the governor mentioned, another tool and a layer for safety for our residents and for visitors. Additionally, it definitely provides an economic opportunity for our state when so many people are suffering. I worry about the long-term impacts of economic distress and that impact it's had on our people when they can't afford their homes as easily or groceries or healthcare. So so this is an important announcement the governor has made today. In brief, let me just run it down for you how it's going to work, how it will look. Arriving passengers will be exempt from the 14-day quarantine, if they test negative after taking a COVID-19 test no more than 72 hours in advance of travel. At this time, the test will be a nucleic acid amplification test. The code for that is NAAT, and conducted in a certified CLIA lab. That's the same kind of test that we've been getting when we have that swab in our nose. If test results are not available at the time of arrival in Hawaii, travelers will have to remain in quarantine until they get their test result. That's very important. The result comes in later, negative, and it's verified, then they'll be released from their quarantine. All arriving passengers, all of them, including children of all ages, will be subject to the pre-test requirement. Travelers will be responsible for the cost of their test on the mainland, and no commercial testing is going to be provided at our airports as of now. So we're trying to be very deliberate with this approach to get ourselves open, but safely and securely for our state. I will point this out, a lot of people are probably thinking this, the technology of testing is rapidly evolving, so as cheaper, quicker tests become available, and we have acceptable tests that are specific and sensitive, we'll work with DOH, DOT, airports, healthcare people everywhere to use those tests also. So this will continuously improve, and it'll be easier and easier. Additionally, as the world gets closer to a COVID-19 vaccine, and this is probably the most important thing I'll get to talk about today, we're developing a strategy for administering the vaccination to all of our community because it's going to be a monumental undertaking. Before people ask, I want to be very clear, the vaccine will not be mandatory. We're working on this plan right now, and Dr. Char and I particularly will be focused on this. She's our Director of Health and terrific. So we're prepared to get the vaccine to people who want it when it becomes available. There are projections about when, I don't want to guess, but we will be on top of this to make sure it's safe for our people. Of all these initiatives, including mass testing, contact tracing, a pre-travel testing program, and a vaccination plan, all of this is going to require the cooperation of everybody. And we've seen that through the entire pandemic. We do need to work together. So as we go forward, working with many organizations in the community, public and private, having someone in addition to the team of General Hara and Dr. Char, we're really lucky to have Dr. Ginny Pressler. She was previous Director of Health, and she has an incredible network and amount of experience to bring people together and help execute a big plan for us. So I think the governor's made a great choice. I'm so honored to be a part of the plan. So again, thank you, Governor, for welcoming me to this new iteration of our leadership team. And again, thank you guys for your well wishes.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. And with that, Dr. Pressler, Chair of La Lima Alliance.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor, and all of the rest of you here. Aloha, everyone. As we all know, the COVID virus is really a bad actor. The pandemic has, in fact, affected everyone and every sector. If we are going to be successful in achieving the goals that the governor has laid out, rebooting the economy, improving our community, and protecting the public and private healthcare systems, we must work together. There are a lot of great efforts that are going on already throughout the community, and the purpose of the La Lima Alliance is exactly as its name says. It is meant to be a safe place for leaders to gather and share their concerns and ideas so that we can continue to keep our efforts on track, and as we reboot the economy, to make sure that we stay on track. So I look forward very much. I'm delighted to see Dr. Char step in and take the leadership role at the Department of Health. I've known her for over 35 years, and she will do a good job for us. So I look forward to working with all these leaders here today. Mahalo.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pressler. And with that, we'll open it up to questions from our media. They're standing by on Zoom audio. Reporters, we will not be doing the round robin as usual today in the interest of time. Please raise your hands on Zoom if you have a question, and we'll get to as many questions as possible. And with that, we'll start off with Allison Shavers from the Star Advertiser. Allison. Allison, can you hear us? She's muted. You need to unmute, Allison. There you go.
I have. Thank you. I'm not sure if this would be better question for Governor or for Lieutenant Governor, but given the shortage of testing supplies nationwide, is there a plan to support the pre-arrival testing program by standing up additional testing capacity here in Hawaii? Should we need to move to post-arrival testing as part of our tourism reopening plan?
Say the word if you want me to chip in here.
Yeah, and certainly I'll start, Josh, and you can definitely jump in. We do, Allison, have a plan to expand testing here in the islands. We are in the process of an RFP to expand local testing capacity. We do know that having the ability to test here in the islands and get a result within 24 hours is fundamentally important to our public health response. So we are doing that. As we had said and we had announced originally, that those that are traveling to the islands would have to get the test prior to arrival here because initially we don't want to compete with the local ability to test. But we are looking at all of these new tests that are coming online and getting FDA approval, and we will be finding those that are most effective and efficient and working them into our testing program as they become available. And certainly the Lieutenant Governor is working on that overall testing program. So, Josh?
Thank you, Gov. Thank you, Allison. I'll just add to what the Governor said. He said it quite well. We have the RFP, request for proposal, already completed. We have board on this project at Department of Transportation, Air Force. We hope to get up to 13,000 tests per day capacity. There's lots of reasons for that. One is we're going to need to be testing more individuals as they return home. Also, as schools will open eventually, we want to have more tests and more capacity. I know, for instance, that our Director of Health is already working on that today with the Department of Education. I sat quietly in on the meeting today, and that was excellent. So having those extra thousands of tests would be very valuable. We're also using what's called the Binax machine, which is now in from Department of Health and Human Services. Those tests are going to be helping us at long-term care facilities. So lots of testing. And then once we have this streamlined, we'll rely on the Governor's wisdom to decide whether or not we need to expand our testing as people come. But we want to play it by the book at first and just get our tests done. But there's lots of other discussions about tests for people in between the islands and so on. So I thought this was central, and I think that's what you heard General Harr mention earlier.
Thank you very much, Lieutenant Governor. Next up is Lauren Day from KHON2. Lauren.
Yes, hi. This is a question for Dr. Char. What's the reason test results are taking longer to come back? COVID-19 dashboard showed that the one-day test turnaround time dropped from 73% to 42%. Is there a reason behind that?
Actually, Lauren, today's my first day, so I will be looking into a lot of this. I do know that sometimes there's issues with the data transmission from the labs directly to the Department of Health, and so that will sometimes delay things a little bit.
I can add to that, Ryan.
Thank you, Dr. Char.
Yeah, Lauren, I just wanted to add that as you are aware, we just wrapped up the surge testing program, and just a reminder that the surge tests were flown out of state and conducted in a lab in California. So the return time and the average time to get the result expanded because of that. And we did 60,000 tests as part of the surge testing, and as I had mentioned earlier, the 5,000 daily test target was more than twice what the typical organic testing activity that would be required, testing, those who are symptomatic, those that are close contacts, and others that we suspect are infected with the virus. So some of those parameters for testing is skewed because of the volume of surge test results.
Thank you very much, Governor. Next reporter is Chelsea Davis, Hawaii News Now. Chelsea?
Hey, can General Harr
Char or Dr. Char comment on the Veterans Home in Hilo? What did the state regulators find and recommend when they inspected Yukio, and what's being done for residents now, since yesterday's effort to move some of them was unsuccessful because other facilities could not take them in?
You know, I'll start, and General Hara will add. Clearly, the Yukio Okutsu Veterans Home has been a concern of ours. We did send in a quality assurance team from the state for several days last week, and they did a top-to-bottom review of procedures and policies. In addition, as you are aware, Senator Schatz had made a request to the Veterans Administration, and they had jointly sent with the state Dr. Yasawa, who was on site at the facility for a couple days, reviewing policies and procedures with the staff so that we could assure that they were implementing the best practices for infection disease and containment of the COVID virus. And General Hara can provide you an update.
So besides the team that we sent to the Big Island to do the assessment, we put in a request for assistance, and we're receiving about 20 healthcare specialists. These will be nurses specialized in infection control, employee health, and then other specialties, for example, safety and industrial hygiene, housekeeping, and logistics. So we expect them to arrive tomorrow and then start the transition of assisting that Yukio Okutsu Veteran Long-Term Care Home. Thank you.
Thank you very much, General and Governor. Next up is Wendy Osher. Wendy. From Maui
This question is for the Governor. There's been some discussion of an inter-island pre-travel test to gauge effectiveness ahead of launching a program for mainland arrivals. Is there still plans to roll out that inter-island pre-travel program prior to the mainland testing?
Certainly, we are in discussions about different ways that we can facilitate inter-island travel. As you know, the Senate COVID Committee had made a suggestion of a pilot program. I've had a couple of discussions with the mayors, and in fact, as we speak, there is a task force with representation from each county to talk about what that program might look like, how would we implement it, and when would we be able to start it. So, you know, as we make progress in this area, we definitely will be making announcements.
Thank you very much, Governor. Next up is Ashley Mizuo, Hawaii Public Radio. Ash. Ashley, are you there?
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
All right, this is for Dr. Char. Will the Department of Health be thinking out more specific guidelines for the Department of Education reopening, like when specifically schools should close and how quickly contact tracing will happen in that setting? And then can you also update us on the status of the special schools contact tracing team?
Still my first day. So I know that the Department of Health has been working with Department of Education, Superintendent Kishimoto, and others in the education arena, and putting together some metrics that will help guide the schools with regards to different activities and different levels of whether it's learning from home or in-person education or some kind of blended learning. I believe that's going to be released very soon. I think we're still having further discussions, but I believe that's going to be released soon.
Thank you very much, Dr. Char. We have a text question from Robert K. Kaula at KITV4. His question is regarding free travel testing. How do travelers submit results, and who or what procedures are in place to verify results? Governor, want to take a swing at that?
Robert, thank you very much for this question. I'll start it, and Josh might want to jump in. We are in the process of executing contracts with CVS and Kaiser Permanente, I believe, have already been executed. There are other partners that we're working with, and part of the agreement is really to assure that they will conduct the test for those who are interested in traveling to Hawaii, and I think more importantly, commit to returning a result within the 3 days, so that they would be able to get the result in time before they depart. Part of that conversation is also about how can we verify the validity of the test. So, we do have a digital platform. We're building that out. We would be looking to work with our partners about how we would be able to verify, in fact, that the test was conducted. It's one of the tests that qualifies. We want to make sure that it's an accurate and specific test that assures the presence or absence of the COVID-19 virus, and we need to establish a procedure so we can verify that it's accurate.
Thank you very much, Governor. I believe this is for you as well, Governor. You might want to stay there. This is from Tiffany DeMasters at Big Island Now. She asks via text, will inter-island quarantine be lifted, and if so, when?
We continue to have the conversation with the mayors about the inter-island quarantine being lifted. As you know, we've made tremendous progress since Mayor Kirk Caldwell had reinstituted the stay-at-home order here on Oahu. This past week, the last few days, we've seen a significant reduction in the number of new cases that we're seeing. So we will continue to monitor that prevalence of the virus here, and we are having discussions with the mayors about when the inter-island 14-day mandatory quarantine can be ended.
Thank you very much, Governor. We're going to move on to John Matthews, iHeartMedia. John?
Yes, this question is for Governor Ige. With the announced start date for pre-travel testing, that means visitors in some amount will be coming here. So I guess the question is, when can businesses, especially tourism-related businesses, especially on Oahu, which has the most stringent shutdowns, expect a firm date or at least an update to plan on reopening to serve visitors and locals?
Certainly the restrictions in each county are driven by the virus activity that we see and the condition of the healthcare facilities. Certainly, we hope to see a continued reduction in the case counts here on Oahu, and we will be monitoring that, and I'm certain that the mayor is looking very carefully at that. The whole pre-travel testing program, although it's related, it is separate from the actual activity of what is open and closed here in the islands. We are working with the partners to ensure that we can have the standards in place to protect the employees and ensure that our visitors have the experience that they expect when we travel to Hawaii. So we are working with hotels on establishing those protocols. We are working with attractions as well. We know that all of these businesses have to be an extension of the healthcare system, the public health system, in order for us to protect our community and the employees. So we will be working to assure that the attractions have the protocols in place, and then again, looking at the case counts and the virus activities in the communities would drive what activities are allowed when visitors come here.
Thank you very much, Governor. We're going to go to Brittany Light, Civil Beat now. Brittany.
What data are you basing the decision to move forward with the pre-travel testing program on?
There is no specific data that we're looking at. We're looking at the overall virus activity in the islands and the healthcare capacity of the hospitals and the utilizations in the ICU units and other measures in our healthcare system. As we had said, pre-travel program does provide an added layer of security in those who are coming into the islands. If they are able to get a pre-travel test, we know that they would be negative prior to arrival here. So this is just another layer. We are working with our travel partners to ensure that they are informing travelers about what the conditions here are on Oahu. As you know, the virus counts in the neighbor islands continue to be low. And certainly there are more businesses and activities that are available in the neighbor island community because the virus activity is better managed.
Thank you very much, Governor. Allison Schaefer, Star Advertiser. Can you hear us, Allison?
I'm here, Jody. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I think, I'm not sure if this question should go to Libby Tarr or maybe to LG. But we're wondering when the Veterans Administration report on the Hilo Veterans Home will be released to the public, and if any more deaths are expected there, and when the health department thinks it might add the 25 fatalities to the total death count on COVID.
Hold on, Allison. Governor's making his way there.
Yeah, and certainly, Josh, you can add. I'm not aware of when the Veterans Administration would be making their report available. We can check on that and get back to you specifically. In terms of when the deaths are counted, there is a very specific protocol for confirming when someone dies, whether it is due to COVID or not. And we do announce the statistics as soon as the state of Hawaii receives that report. As in many instances, even for individuals just becoming COVID positive, the individual is informed first, and we do inform the public once we become aware. But oftentimes, because of social media and because the individuals have the information ahead of when we officially get notified, there is a lag in the reporting of the data.
Lieutenant Governor, did you have anything to add? Go ahead.
Yes, I can add that. So I've read the preliminary report, and I think we'll spare Director Char on this one for today because she is in day one, although very familiar, of course, with this challenge. The heartbreak there is monumental, of course, and this is what sadly we've seen all across the country. When institutions of any kind have outbreaks, they spread rapidly through an institution because of close proximity of people. We saw that in our prison, and of course we saw it over at the Veterans Nursing Home. It's also happened in every other state. The challenge, of course, is that we see fatalities at a high rate because, and this is from the report, the age of the individuals in question that got sick, some of whom died, they're very old. Almost all of them had very severe underlying conditions, and that is not to make an excuse in any way whatsoever, but it is the reason that it happens. And I can tell you, if I put my physician hat on, a lot of the individuals, God bless them, had made choices to not, under any circumstance, whether they got sick with pneumonia or COVID or heart attack or heart challenges, they were not going to ask to have life-sustaining life support systems like breathing tubes, ventilators. And so that's why you do see a very high mortality rate amongst Puna. The mortality rate, if people don't have underlying health problems, is over 14%. When you add to that other underlying health problems, it's very high. So Dr. Char and I can definitely get you a lot more details in the coming days, but we are trying to be respectful of the process. And I should put in a plug for Dr. Al Yazawa. He's a geriatric specialist, also a colonel, if I'm not mistaken, in the military. And he's doing excellent work for the state, trying to help the circumstance forward.
All right, thank you very much, Lieutenant Governor. We have a text question from John Burnett, Hawaii Tribune Herald here. How many COVID-19 contact tracers are there on the Big Island? Dr. Char, would we have any idea? Governor May.
I would just point you, we did release the new State of Hawaii dashboard that includes the number of contact tracers by county, both active and in reserve. So if you go to hawaiicovid19.com and you scroll through the website, it does have a place there. We are updating the number of active we are updating the active number of contact tracers on a weekly basis. Typically, the supervisors are scheduling a week at a time in advance, and the new dashboard has the information, and we will be providing that information on an ongoing basis, updated once a week.
All right, thank you very much, Governor. Next up is Lauren Day from KHON2. Lauren.
Thanks, Jody. I have a question for Dr. Josh Green. We've heard you say that 5 days is best to get an accurate COVID-19 test after you come into contact with someone with COVID. So for the pre-travel testing program, why 72 hours? Is that enough time? And then I also just wanted to quickly ask, I know a couple months ago the CVS website was saying that you had to prove that you lived in the state that you were getting tested. So has that been worked out for Hawaii residents?
Yes, great questions. Okay, so we'll do the second part first. So yeah, CVS, Kaiser, Walgreens, they will, now that we have a firm date, they will have internal changes to their website so that if a person is in New York, California, or wherever, and they want to travel to Hawaii, they can click on that and get a scheduled pre-travel test. Also, let's say that you or I are on a business trip or vacation visiting our parents on the mainland, we'll be able to get the test there as well. You just can pay like anyone will pay for the test. Interestingly, Kaiser is actually considering paying for the test for their members, which is very generous of them. Now, regarding the 72-hour question, the reason we chose 72 hours is because we want to shrink the window from people's travel time that we catch them with a positive. It's kind of a different thing than getting the test. Now, for example, when you get tested to find out if you have COVID after your exposure, it's because you wait 5 days because that's the average incubation period of the disease. Our goal is the opposite in Hawaii. We want to catch in a positive way anyone who would travel so that they don't travel if they're positive with the virus. So keeping the window as tight as we can to the arrival in Hawaii is best for us to decrease the risk. There's even some discussion among other people about a second test here in Hawaii. Once the technology and availability of tests becomes very good, we may even be able to pursue that if it's not too expensive and we can do it kind of on the spot. But that's the reason for the window. We really just want to keep another layer of safety in place for our people.
All right, thank
you.
you.
Do you know what the test is?
Excuse me?
Do you know how much the test is, or does like insurance cover that?
I do know, yes. So the test is likely to be $139 with CVS. The price point is tended to be somewhere between about $120 and $140 in different parts of the country. Now, we did, by approving nucleic acid amplification tests, the NAAT tests, we did expand the number of tests quite significantly because that grouping of tests has been proven to be both sensitive and specific. In other words, it won't get messed up. And there are also tests that are significantly less, like in the $75 price range. We expect our partners, CVS, Kaiser, and Walgreens, to do all that they can to lower the price point for the many travelers that will come to Hawaii. And contrary to what a lot of people think, I think that in a few months we're probably going to start getting quite a lot of travelers. That's why I want us to get to a safe space in society and ultimately a vaccination.
All right, thanks a lot, Lieutenant Governor. We have a question via text from Robert K. Calick, KITV4, and it's for Dr. Char. Basically asking, is one of your biggest battles going to be public perception of the effectiveness of DOH's handling of COVID-19, especially since it has been widely criticized? Dr. Char is making her way to the podium.
Can you repeat the question for me?
Yes, Robert is asking, is one of your biggest battles going to be public perception of the effectiveness of DOH's handling of COVID-19?
So certainly the public perception matters, but I think what really matters is how are we actually doing. I think we're in a good place, and we're moving towards a better place right now. It'll take a lot more work. There are some great people that are on it, and I think we're making progress. We do care what the public thinks because we want them to know what a good job we're doing. So we'll work hand in hand, and we'll keep an eye on what the public's thinking. But certainly we want to be in a better place, and I think we're heading there.
Thank you very much, Dr. Char. Ashley Mizuo from HPR, can you hear us?
Yep, I can. Thanks. This is for Lieutenant Governor or maybe Governor Ige, potentially General Hara. When it comes to the 13,000 test goal, would that allow residents to get a test upon returning to Hawaii from a trip and skip the rest of their 14-day quarantine if it does come back negative? And would that also allow asymptomatic people to get tested?
May I take that one?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Doug said, go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, so, that's a point of discussion. What we didn't want to do from the get-go was when we had 4,000 tests only to start that process, because you can imagine, historically we had 30,000 travelers a day. We know we're not going to have those numbers, of course, but imagine if we had 8,000 or 10,000 travelers, how it could overwhelm our system. Plus, also 30% of all individuals usually are returning, 15% are returning residents. So even if we had 10 or 12,000, we could see a very significant dent in our testing capacity. Now, to your point, yes, if we do get up to 13,000 tests, have those tests available, that would be a question that the governor and I will probably put to Director Char and General Hara to see if they'd like to operationalize it that way. You do have to understand that there are constitutional rules that whatever we offer to our own residents, we have to also legally offer to anyone who's traveling here. But if we can come up with a lot of tests and we have a surplus and it makes us safer, I think that there will be a pretty vibrant discussion about doing it here. And then in follow-up to your question, I did have an elite staffer texted me who's watching this press conference. That's Senator Brian Schatz. Texted me off our website that we have 40 contact tracers on Big Island right now and 150 in place on Oahu, 256 total, which is a great improvement on just 2 or 3 weeks ago. So we're talking about these things constantly, and we appreciate the question.
Thank you very much, Lieutenant Governor. We have time for one more question. We'll go to Chelsea Davis, Hawaii News Now. Chelsea.
Governor, just to be clear, we have a date for trans-Pacific travel, but not a detailed plan on how exactly it'll be executed, like how tourists will present state officials with their negative tests. And we have no date on when inter-island travel will open. You guys had 6 months to plan for this. How is the public supposed to have confidence that this will be successful?
Certainly, inter-island travel we had open without a quarantine, if you remember, Chelsea, and we implemented the quarantine because the case counts on Oahu rose exponentially, and we felt that we wanted to institute a quarantine so that the virus from Oahu would not spread to the neighbor islands. And when the virus counts on Oahu is reduced to a level that the concern about spread to neighbor island residents is reduced, then we will drop the quarantine. So that is, remember, the 14-day mandatory quarantine is an important part of our public health response to reducing the possibility of viruses being the virus being introduced into our community and spreading and infecting others. I forgot the second part of your question, but
Chelsea, did you want to state the second question?
Yes. You know, we do believe and understand that we have a high standard to uphold with the public. We want to assure the public that we are making decisions based on the data that we see and in their best interest to protect the health and safety of our community. The 14-day mandatory quarantine allows us to limit who comes into the state and subject them to a 14-day quarantine so that if they are infected with the virus, that they would not infect others. And we will continue to use all of the public health best practices to keep our community safe.
Governor, with that, your closing remarks.
Just really wanted to thank you for joining us here this afternoon. Want to assure everyone that we continue to be focused on the public health and the health and safety of our community as we move forward. We do have 3 priorities that we continue to emphasize. It is about the health and well-being of our community. We are committed to restoring and revitalizing our economy. And then finally, making investments in our community to make it stronger. We do have a new leadership team in place that we wanted to share with you today and assure you that we are committed to improving in every aspect of our COVID-19 response so that we can get to a better place. Just want to remind and thank everyone for the sacrifices that they've made. We do see a reduction in the case counts here on Oahu. That tells me that all of you are paying attention to our suggestions and our mandates that we stay physically separate, that you stay home when you're sick, and that we all implement the public health aspects that are so important for us to be successful. But this is a marathon, and it will require all of us taking personal responsibility and taking the actions that we know will allow us to restore a new normal here in Hawaii that will allow us to restart businesses so that they can rehire their employees, and most importantly, allows us to bring travelers, when it's safe, back to the islands. So please take care of yourself, take care of each other, and most importantly, help to take care of our community. Thank you.
This is a Channel 3 News First Warning Weather Update.
For the very latest information on Hurricane Sally, do tune in to Channel 3 News, where we've got live updates for you. You can also catch that on our website, weartv.com. We live stream that there as well. This is Sally on satellite imagery as we take a look at the track here. As of late in the day on Tuesday, this thing is just a slow mover poking along to the north here and headed toward the northern Gulf Coast. Normally at this time we would see a more narrow cone of uncertainty, but it may wobble around within this area, and that'll have a little bit of an impact on who sees those hurricane force winds. But there are alerts in effect and hurricane warnings that continue for Santa Rosa, Escambia, Baldwin, and Mobile counties. Some changes for areas of Louisiana, but the hurricane warning still in effect as that is moving onshore. We've already seen a bit of a surge. We'll continue to see a storm surge here across the northern Gulf Coast, especially where the strongest part of Sally does start to move onshore. Tremendous rainfall, around a foot, give or take, and because of that, a flash flood watch is in effect. We're seeing deadly rip currents as well. Looking ahead, though, it looks like later this week we've got some much better weather in the area. Check out the outlook here. So more rainy weather as Sally moves onshore. It looks like Wednesday morning. It'll be raining throughout the day Wednesday, and then things begin to taper off rolling into Thursday. Cooler air as well as we hit the weekend.
Now there's a new place where you can see a specialist on your screen. Get a wide range of specialty care, from cardiology to digestive health and more, with video visits by Avent Health.
You just got brand new information.
About an hour and a half ago, Sally forecast to become a Category 1 hurricane.
You can see the storm clouds are starting to roll in here.
Hurricane Sally over the Gulf of Mexico. Several days of this is what we're expecting.
The rain has been drilling the beach. This is the storm surge. This is where the picnic area should be.
4 to 6, even 8 inches of rain possible just today.
Mother Nature is certainly getting to work.
We're going to continue tracking conditions out here throughout the night. Some rain starting to pick up, some more winds. We'll keep you updated.
Welcome back to the Channel 3 studios, bringing you team coverage. Some more on Hurricane Sally tonight.
Our chief meteorologist, Alan Strom, will have the latest on the forecast in just a second. But first, we do have another major bridge closure to tell you about. The Garcon Point Bridge is now closed. We're told that the winds measured 44 miles per hour and that 39, 48 miles is the threshold for closing. The 3-mile bridge over Pensacola Bay, that closed earlier today.
Now we'll send it to Alan Strom with the latest on Sally. Alan?
Hey, thanks. Good evening. Okay, we'll take a look at Sally. This is our imagery, our satellite imagery, and this center is just barely offshore. I mean, it is right offshore. It is around 50 miles south of Dauphin Island. It's about 80 to 90 miles southwest of Pensacola out over the Gulf. I mean, it's so close. It's almost like this thing should be moving onshore very quickly and very soon. However, it's just barely moving. So it's moving north at about 2 miles per hour. Such slow forward momentum. And look at the tail. This is where it's been, the zigzag here over those Gulf waters. It's been, making it very difficult for us to predict exactly where this thing will land and where the worst of the weather will end up. But it's getting closer and closer. There's the overall forecast track as we take a look at it. Here's a little bit more of a zoomed in version. We've continued to see a little bit of a shift toward the east. And as we've said, we weren't totally sure where it was going to end up. And even at this time, the cone may be a little bit wider than what we would normally expect, and that's because the steering currents just aren't pushing it along in one direction or another fast enough. That's why it's only moving at about 2 miles per hour. But the worst of the weather is going to be moving onshore here as we head through the overnight hours, somewhere here, in southwest Alabama, maybe areas of northwest Florida. I'm going to show it to you on radar imagery as well. But we do continue with the hurricane warning for these counties in northwest Florida. It's Santa Rosa and Escambia counties. In southwest Alabama, it's Mobile and Baldwin, then over toward Mississippi. Okaloosa, Walton counties under a tropical storm warning, as you see from those blue colors. So those are the alerts in effect when it comes to those tropical alerts. We also have a storm surge alert. We're already seeing a surge here from areas of Alabama through the northwest Florida panhandle. These are some of the figures that we're expecting here. as that surge may continue to rise a bit more as this thing slowly approaches the coast. Rainfall tremendous for the area, you know, around a foot, give or take by several inches. In some cases, we've seen like 4 to 6 inches or so of rain around parts of northwest Florida already today, and a flash flood watch does continue for the area. All right, getting into the radar imagery. The worst of the weather is going to be right in here. It's still, the worst of it's still out over the Gulf, but it's going to be right in here and then back around this kind of northeast edge, some of this. And that is going to, as it continues to move toward the north, whether it's a little bit northwest or a little bit northeast, that's going to be pushing that part over southwest Alabama and northwest Florida. So we're going to continue to see these rains fall across these areas. So flash flood warnings are in effect. You know, I showed you the watch. We've got warnings, which is indicating a more imminent threat, and we've got flash flooding around the area, and we can expect that to continue. Since it's such a slow mover, those rains will just continue to dump over these areas here of Alabama and northwest Florida. There's the overall picture. You can see the eye. That's the eye of your hurricane right there. That is Sally's eye, just offshore and barely moving toward the north. Closer view here too. Shows you some of this heavy rain here around southwest Escambia County, Gulf breeze. It was really coming down a while ago in Destin, but hey, a little bit of a break now, but it's going to pick right back up, and that's what we've been seeing around the area. Kind of the rain heavy at times, and then we get a little bit of a drain off, which is good, and then the rain picks back up. But I'd be most concerned here with this area here where you're seeing some of these heavy rains and where that's going to be moving on shore as we head right on through tonight and through the overnight hours. How about this cross-sectional view? There you can see the eye, the blue, that's the water right there, and you can see a sliced open version. The strongest winds within that eye wall right in here, that's where you've got some of those hurricane force winds that are at around 80 miles per hour or so, and those will be moving on shore as we head through the overnight hours into tomorrow morning. This is just an estimate. This kind of shows you where we've had some of the heaviest of the rainfall, and it has been pretty extreme in some cases. We do have a tornado watch. We had one that expired at 6, but another one has been issued. So we're looking at a little bit of a threat there. Fortunately, we have not seen any tornado warnings, but anytime you have a hurricane like this, that is one of the things we look out for. So we'll update this figure right here for when the watch expires, but it looks like it's a similar area. Earlier, we did have Mobile County within the watch. That has been dropped, so this is more of where the threat is, that we could see a water spout move on shore or potentially a weak tornado pop up for these areas. No warnings at this time. Hopefully it stays that way, but a tornado watch here in effect. That's going to continue throughout tonight as long as this thing's around, and it's going to be around for quite a while. Eventually moving out here as we head on through tomorrow and tomorrow night. Flash flood warning. This area, you know, it's expanded, so this is going to be the case. I mean, you're looking at flash flooding, so do expect that those warnings will continue for the area. All right, that was going to be the beach cam shot, but we're going to send it now. Deadly rip currents are continuing. We're going to send it over to Sue. Go for it.
All right, thanks a lot, Alan. Since yesterday, we have crews who have been keeping you posted on conditions all across the Gulf Coast. Tonight we're going to start with the look at Okaloosa County.
That's where we've got Rebecca Castor posted. She's been out there all day. Rebecca, what you got there now?
Yes, I'm on Bayshore Drive in Shalimar right now. Now, this is a neighborhood that is always prone to flooding, even during minor rain events. But today, definitely more than what they're used to seeing. You can see these residents, they have their sandbags right outside the garage. They know how to prepare for flooding here on this street. I'm going to trudge through it just a little bit, just to kind of give you guys a better look at just how much the water is coming into this street here. Now, this is the water coming in. They call this Lake Vivian. And if you check out these boat docks, you can just see how high the water is rising. This one to my right over here, nearly completely underwater. Now, we actually did speak to the owner of this boat right here. She tells me they tried to get it into a marina before the storm came. It didn't work out. They weren't able to get it into a marina in time before the storm, so they have it tied down here. They are keeping their eyes on it. But we've been out here in Okaloosa County just all day today. It's not raining right now, but we're sure it's going to pick up again anytime soon. Just throughout the whole day today, just very heavy rainfall, a lot of wind. Some of these winds reaching up to 40 to 45 miles per hour. It's in some of these large wind gusts that we're seeing, but we'll continue to be out here in Okaloosa County just to continue to keep you updated as these conditions worsen. And as we're expecting more rain to fall throughout the day and into tomorrow, we could see some of this flooding get even worse out here, and we'll be sure to keep you updated on everything that we're seeing and experiencing out here in Shalimar. I'm Rebecca Castor reporting.
Thank you, Rebecca. Hey, we've seen worse storms. We've seen worse rain on that day in 2014. We'll get through it. Check on conditions in Escambia County. No injuries to report. No rescues to report so far. Everybody's staying safe. We'll keep it that way. Be right back.
Renee Benanati is checking the situation on Navy Boulevard in Escambia County. Renee?
Right now we are at this Circle K here on Navy Boulevard, where we are certainly feeling the effects of Hurricane Sally. A lot of wind, a lot of rain. Now, the manager here tells me that they have run out of regular gas 2 hours ago. Take a look. We're seeing yellow sign after yellow sign after yellow sign at all of these gas pumps that say sorry, out of service, because they are out of regular gas here. Now, the manager says that they do have premium gas, but at this point it might be too late, because he says they're about to shut their doors within the next few minutes as the conditions deteriorate. As we have been here, we came here because we were trying to get gas for our live shot. We pulled up and we heard other people saying, dang it, you know, there's not any gas here. Same situation for us. People earlier were lining here trying to fill their tanks up before the storm gets closer and closer, just showing the importance of how important it is to really prepare for these storms. But once again, we're feeling these gusts of wind and rain here at Tom Thumb, and we are going to check out some other areas here in Escambia County also while we've been waiting here. And while we drove over here, we did see a lot of flooding along the way. I just saw some power trucks head this way. I saw some traffic lights that were out, so it appears that they're trying to fix those situations. But we're going to check other areas, and we'll keep you updated with those conditions as soon as we get there.
Renee, thank you. But taking a look at school closures across the viewing area tomorrow, suffice it to say, if you've got classes planned tomorrow, it's probably canceled. Escambia, Santa Rosa, Okaloosa, Walton counties all closing school tomorrow, of course, because of Hurricane Sally. University of West Florida is closed through Thursday at noon. Pensacola State College closed tomorrow as well. Coming up next, we'll take a look at some of the weather images sent to us by you today.
Channel 3 viewer Glenn Zaring captured some images for us at Mariner Park on Okaloosa Island. In fact, in one, you can see literally the water level rising. And then we see the water rushing past the beach. In fact, the level there is nearly reaching the benches of the picnic table.
Leanna Samay sent us video of Quiet Water Beach. See the luncheon pavilions inundated right now, and then some a bit more inland as well. Actually, those had a couple of inches of water in them yesterday as well. Water now reaching almost nearly to the road. Samay also sent us video showing some flooding of homes in the area, water coming up all the way to some porches.
For you, this video out of Pensacola. Scott Chambers sharing it with us. He took this from Galvez Landing at Inverarity Point. You can see the pier is covered with water.
Another viewer showing us what the weather conditions are like in Orange Beach, Alabama today. A lot of docks getting their boards loosened or just thrown out. You can see water in rough conditions there. I think there's going to be a lot of dock repairs over the next couple of weeks. We also received a picture of road conditions there and some flooding coming up to about midway on some of the tires of some of those pickups in the distance.
Well, we had 2 casino barges break loose in Biola Battery. High winds taking a toll there. Now, this is all due to Hurricane Sally. There are drone shots of both boats from Brandon Clement. He's with Live Storms Media. One of the boats is being tied up, and the other got lodged after running ashore. In several areas, streets also flooding in Biola Battery. That's coming from the storm surge.
And some shots of the weather in Gulf Shores, Alabama today. Water approaching some homes as well. Video posted by Dusty Cole, and thank you for that. You can see the water rising up to the homes in Little Lagoon area. Now, if you've got pictures or video you'd like to share with us, please do it safely. Safety first. Just text WEAR-TV to 95577, or easier still, just use our Chime In app.
When we come back, Alan Strom still tracking Sally.
All right, we're taking a look at the weather now. I'm Chief Meteorologist Alan Strum. I want to start here with the Emerald Grand Condo Tower view looking out over Destin. This is an area that is under a tropical storm warning, and it is dumping there, so they can expect tropical storm conditions, windy weather. As you can see, that camera is moving around a bit. Sally, just such a slow mover at just 2 miles per hour moving toward the north. Now, it's going to be shifting either north, northeast, or northwest. It just may kind of wobble right on shore here as we head through the overnight hours, and that's no doubt what it's been doing. You can see this tail here and this track showing where it has been and where it has been wobbling. Once it moves on shore, it will continue to weaken. Winds on it being noted at 80 miles per hour, so it is a Category 1 hurricane. Glad to report we didn't have a 2 or a strong 2. At one point, looked like we might be pushing a 3, and not the case now. Here's a closer view. This cone would, in many cases, be a little more narrow here, especially with it so close to shore, but the steering currents just aren't strong enough to push this along. That's why it's moving so slowly. It's just kind of almost stuck right here over these Gulf waters. So here's the position now. This is where it's expected to be, you know, just after midnight or so, and then tomorrow midday, just slowly meandering up through either areas of Alabama or northwest Florida. And then eventually it'll be rolling on out, taking that rainy weather with it. But as we do check out our radar imagery, the strongest portion of the storm is going to be right in this zone right here where you're seeing these yellow and orange colors. You know, it's usually that right front quadrant, this area here, that has your most powerful winds and such, but we're getting some of that on the top side too. And there's the center. The center is actually right there where the eye is. That's a little bit calmer, but the hurricane force winds are said to extend out about 40, 45 miles. And this off of Dauphin Island really is just about 45 miles out over the Gulf. And this is going to be moving slowly on shore, and those rains are going to continue to dump over areas of Baldwin and Escambia counties in toward Gulf Breeze and Santa Rosa County as well. I mean, we've got flash flood warnings there, and it is going to be tremendous, relentless rainfall. Hopefully we'll catch some of these breaks. Notice how you have little holes in our imagery here. Hopefully we'll see some of that move through, at least giving it some time to kind of drain out. In 2014, when we had those devastating floods, no holes. I mean, it was just nonstop, just all night long, 2 feet of rain. So there's a bigger picture. All of this will be drawn up here through areas of North Florida, Georgia, and Alabama as we head through tomorrow and into tomorrow night as it starts to move over land. Closer view of some of that rain. You know, I showed you that camera out of Destin. Destin is right there. It was really coming down there around that area. Heaviness rolling through areas of Walton and now Okaloosa counties. Most of the heaviest rain here for Escambia and Santa Rosa counties has been closer to the coast, like Gulf Breeze, Pensacola, and out there at Santa Rosa Island, and then over Baldwin County. I mean, it is just really coming down there. That's where we do have a flash flood warning, one of our newer ones. These are going to continue through tonight. We'll continue to see these popping up around the area. So, yeah, flash flood warning here. This is Pensacola. You've got Gulf Breeze under a flash flood warning. We're seeing, you know, flooded streets and roadways and such. Lower portion of Baldwin County, another area extended up. You know, it's flash flood warnings. This extends on into Okaloosa County as well, so that'll continue. Flash flood watch in effect, but the warning is where you have more of an imminent problem, and that's what we're seeing with the heavy rain. So, hey, we all know what the best thing to do is, just hang out in a good spot until all this passes. It's just going to take a long time for it all to move through, especially when we're talking about a foot or so of rain with this. So a slow mover, that means more rainfall. I mentioned that Destin and Okaloosa County is under the tropical storm warning. That's a blue shaded area here, extending up into other areas of Alabama. Then the red, that is your hurricane warning, where we're looking at hurricane conditions here. You know, 80-mile-per-hour winds. So this is on the low end of a hurricane, but hurricane conditions, winds and such, and a surge as well expected and already being experienced here across parts of the northern Gulf Coast. Here's your surge, and our values, our numbers. 3 to 5 for the northwest Florida Panhandle, but we're already seeing a pretty good surge. Add on top of that some wave action that's just tearing apart some of the decking on these docks and piers. I mean, they're getting ripped up. And when you have photos of that or videos, we'd like to see it. Hit us up at WEARTV.com. Go to the top, click on Chime In, and you can send that in to us. For Mobile Bay, the higher surge is going to be up there at the top of the bay, where they're already seeing obviously some flooding and surge up in those areas too. So that's a look at our storm surge alert. Winds right now, let's check out the current winds. These are current, not gusts. NES Pensacola, that's closer down, that's near the bay there. So that's a current wind that's right at about, I mean, just a hair off of a tropical storm force wind. So tropical storm force winds here, and then eventually overnight some hurricane force winds hitting some of these areas. So those are some of our wind speeds as we check it out right now. Hurricane Hunter was flying around. I think this flight is over now. We'll take a look at it. There you go. There's the Hurricane Hunter flying around and then landing. It was flying around at about 10,000 feet, gathering some data, and it'll input that into our models and give us an idea of what's going on. But we can just tell you, I mean, it's so close to land now, we'll just tell you what's going to happen. So all night, this type of rain will be falling. This is a still image of our radar imagery now. So the heaviest right now where we have this flash flood warning, you know, Perdido Key. You folks are out there, I mean, it's just coming down. It's going to continue to come down, you know, through Orange Beach, Gulf Shores, up toward Alberta in these areas, right on over toward areas around Mobile Bay. And then, you see some of these spots where there's heavy rain. That is shifting in this direction. So you've got Navarre Beach and Navarre right there. That's going to be rolling on, bringing some heavy rain. Then you get a brief little break. Then more heavy rain starts to come in behind. You know, that's what we're going to be seeing. So strongest, most powerful winds are going to be right in this zone. Here's our hurricane. Center right there is calm, the eye of the storm, but the eye wall, as we call it, this is where you're going to have some of your strongest winds. That area right here, you got hurricane force winds. So they extend out from the center about 40, 45 miles. So most of that over the water, but those hurricane force winds slowly as we head through tonight will start to approach, and we'll have those gusts as these bands just wrap around. So, you know, I mean, it's just tearing up out over the Gulf where you see these deep colors, these oranges showing up on our map, wrapping back around the east side of our hurricane. You know, it's just spinning rapidly in that direction. So the top part here and this east part, that's where we're seeing the strongest part of the storm, and that's what's going to be moving on shore here late tonight. Let's cut it open, slicing it open here three-dimensionally. There where you see the blue, that's the water. There's your eye, and you can see some of the view of that as we slice it open with our radar imagery there. Putting it into motion, there you can see it spinning. So it's just going to continue to kind of send that rainy weather on shore heading through tonight. Here's one of these bands as well. We'd be looking out for water spouts. That's why we have a tornado watch. We'd look out for water spouts moving on shore, or some, you know, little spin-ups within a little band like that. So we'll be checking that as we head through tonight. And if we have to let you know if there's an individual tornado warning, we'll be passing along that information and sharing that with you as well. Severe weather outlook does have us in that 2 out of 5 slight risk area because of that, because we could see some of those little spin-ups. And then tomorrow, that shifts toward the east. You know, as Sally will be moving up, kind of riding up Interstate 65, Sally will be rolling on up. It'll be drawing up those bands, and these are some areas that may be hit with some of those, so they'll be looking out for that there. And then on Thursday, our severe weather outlook is a blank map. Like to show that as we are not expecting anything bad on Thursday. Check out our Futurecast as we just let this roll through. There it is, taking that rain with it. So we may end up with drier weather on Thursday. That'll be nice. It does have a lot of cloud cover wrapping back around the backside of that, though. So we're looking at the rainfall. Deadly rip currents are continuing around the area. Because of that, we have red flags flying. In fact, Pensacola Beach did end up going with double red flags. So that means that not only is the Gulf water closed to swimmers, but also surfers. A lot of times it'll be a red flag, and surfers have a flotation device. They can go in, but everything is shut down. I mean, the waters are just shut down here across the northern Gulf Coast. So Seatow Marine Forecast shows these super high seas continuing again for tomorrow. So yeah, it's going to take a little while for everything to settle down. I mean, look at those winds overnight and tomorrow. Let's take a look down there. Let's get our view from the Hardee's Beach Cam. Hilton at Pensacola Beach is where it is. It's out. Okay. Yeah, and it may be that now that that camera's out, it may be a power thing, or it may be that the winds knocked that camera out. So hate to hear that that's gone out, because we're probably not going to get that back until after this whole situation is over. Look at all that. That's your Atlantic Basin. There's much more out there that on a normal day we'd be talking about and tracking, but it's all about Sally today. We've got some good news down the road. How about that? You want to hear about it? Sure, I've got it for you. We'll hang out. We'll wait all night long and all day tomorrow for this rain to be moving through and the windy weather. We'll have a bit of a cleanup for some areas. Hopefully you'll fare okay. And then as we head into Thursday, our rain chances will be dropping. Might see something. Friday, Saturday into Sunday, much lower rain chances. What about these temperatures too? We might see some overnight lows in the 60s. That's going to be a big change this weekend, something that we can all certainly look forward to.
Another closure to tell you about. The Santa Rosa County Sheriff's Office telling us a short time ago the Navarre Causeway to Navarre Beach is now closed to traffic. And right now we don't know when it'll open back up. They have no idea. As soon as it does, of course, we'll update you.
And we're going to check in now with Carolyn Serta. She joins us live in the newsroom.
Hey, Sue, we want to give you another look at what we were seeing at Quiet Water Beach overnight as things just progressively got worse. I'm going to show you a few of the tweets that I posted last night. Here is one of them. This is as we just crossed over the bridge at this time, and that's when we can see already the water starting to come in. This again is Quiet Water Beach, and over just a few hours in the morning, this right now you could see the water starting to cover the parking lot. As the day went on, as the morning started to go on, we had some steady rain turn into heavy rain. Winds, of course, picked up. But then look at the next tweet just a couple hours later. That storm surge is what really picked up, swallowing this entire area. As the daylight shows here, water at this point had risen just inches from the street. Waves, in fact, knocked over. These are trash cans right here that you see, and parts of a dock actually that it had washed ashore. So a significant increase in intensity seen on shore as the hours went on in the early morning hours this morning. Sue, back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Carolyn. We have no video from Alabama Point. This is coming to us from Brett Adair with Live Storms Media. The wind, the waves, pounding the boardwalk in Baldwin County, and some of the boards already knocked free. They're out of place this afternoon for sure.
Video from our viewer Kendra Skellen. She got shots of this rough surf crashing waves on Perdido Bay in Escambia County today. Another example of docks and boathouses taking on a lot of water this afternoon.
In Port Morgan, surge beginning to have an impact, covering the main road and most of the side roads as well. The winds picking up there. Residents of Port Morgan, Gulf Shores, and Orange Beach are under a curfew that starts at 8 o'clock tonight, goes through 6 Thursday morning. Baldwin County Emergency Management is asking everyone to stay off of the roadways, inside, and in a safe place.
Now, if you are not in a safe place, there are several shelters open. The Pensacola Bay Center on East Gregory Street in downtown Pensacola is open. The Milton Community Center on Byram Street, and in Baldwin County, the Robertsdale Coliseum on Fairground Road, all open and ready to take in folks who need some help and some dryness. We'll be right back.
And we are still tracking conditions for you at Pensacola Beach tonight. That's where we find Channel 3's Chorus Nylander.
Yeah, we moved to some relatively safer ground here at the Hilton on Pensacola Beach because, I mean, if you were watching earlier, you saw just how intense the rough waters were, the rain and the wind just along the water here. Still pretty intense where we are right now. You can see the rain coming down, the wind's hitting us pretty good. You can get an idea of that from the palm trees here behind me. Right back there would be the water. Of course, you can't see it from where we are. We've been seeing quite a bit of debris blowing through here. The hotel here is actually pretty packed. I'm sure people are here for a number of reasons. Maybe some just wanting to get a look at the weather from a presumably safer place as a large hotel. I was chatting with some folks in there, though. Some people are here for some relief crews. If there's any potential damage that comes through, they were telling me that they're ready to go and try and help out wherever the damage may be after this storm. But you can see the conditions, certainly wet, very windy, very intense along the waters. I would not recommend going right along the coast here. It surprises you at some points. You think you're good, and then it just knocks you off your feet and it's blowing up the sand, shooting it really like shrapnel. I can confirm for you, it's not a very pleasant experience over there. We're going to continue watching the conditions out here for you. Reporting live from Pensacola Beach, I'm Chorus Nylander.
Not a very pleasant experience. We got more for you. Don't go away. We're going to take a short break and be right back. Channel 3's Renee Beninati reporting from Escambia County, where she's finding some gas stations already running out of regular gas.
Right now we are at this Tom Thumb on Navy Boulevard, where we are absolutely feeling the effects of Hurricane Sally. You can see the wind and rain plowing through this parking lot. Now, if you do need to get gas, you are unfortunately not going to be able to get it this time. Take a look. There is yellow bag after yellow bag after yellow bag. If you follow me here at this gas station, the manager tells me they ran out of regular gas 2 hours ago. They did have premium, but they just closed their doors about a few minutes ago because they plan on hunkering down for the storm. This just shows the importance of preparing before hurricanes like this. Now we're going to check out other areas here in Escambia County, and we will keep you updated with those conditions. Reporting from Escambia County, Renee Benanati, back to you.
And we will check back with Channel 3's Rebecca Castor in Shalimar when we come back. Well, we're keeping tabs on things in Okaloosa County. Right now, Channel 3's Rebecca Castor is live in Shalimar.
Yes, I'm still here in Shalimar on this neighborhood that is prone to some heavy flooding. Even during minor rain events, they have water from Lake Vivian over here come up into the neighborhood. Of course, today, more significant than what they're used to. Check out this boat dock behind me. It's nearly completely underwater. We're having a pretty strong wind gust coming in right now as well. Neighbors in this neighborhood, they tell me that they're prepared for this. They have sandbags. We're seeing them at almost every house on this street as they're used